be back. We have to put on some music, put on some tunes, keep going. I'm getting so close. I'm getting so close, dude. It's just been wearing me down a little bit because these forks are kind of long. I'm just gonna hop in. I'm just gonna hop right into it. We're answering questions today. We're continuing the fucking question answering system. It's fine. I want to be working on other stuff right now, but we gotta get moving on this because I have to fucking get this whole like thing up and running, and like I gotta get this fucking Claude Code writing code again. So we have to answer these questions to be able to keep moving forward, and it's because it's important. Some of these are actually turning out to be kind of important to differentiate. So it's a whole fucking thing. This is basically my my deletion system. So it's like I want to basically be able to like, what the goal there was basically to make a database of all the files that have been deleted. And it keeps bringing up all this shit because it's like, oh, I need to potentially erase your current database. And I'm like, oh, that's fucking fine, dude. I'm like, we're not we're not in production. But it's awesome that it brought that up, because if it was a live database, that would be a problem. But all databases should be backed up. If you don't back up your database, what the fuck are you doing? So let's see. All right. The homie got fucking broken his fucking, he broke his fucking hand, dude. I can't imagine. Oh my god. Alright, let's go over this one. Refresh timer, wrong module. Refresh timer, losing the wrong module. Alright, what is the refresh what is the refresh timer for? Yes, I remember that. That is correct. It was fucking slow as shit. So what's the first fork? Why isn't this superseded? I would go with the recommendation for that. I mean, the entire mechanic is gone. Ha! Ah, yes. Okay, yeah, I saw that first. I read the first recommendation. You were talking about basically deleting the dead code for the first one, for the first recommendation for the first fork. Yes. Are the rest of the forks the same thing, pretty much? Dead code gets deleted. What about fork B? Can you go into more detail for that one? Fork D is also dead code, potentially. If that's dead code, then delete it. Run that both. Run all all 3 of those by the Nopus model just to verify dead code, and then expand on Fork B in the meantime with me.
Christy, no.
Holy shit, he shared my thing. That was nice of him. Are you kidding me? I fucking adore. Her name is Shirin. She's adorable. Like, her energy is so cool. And like just so fucking wholesome. Like, I love wholesome people. Alright, let's see what you got. Oh, basically update the ticket as being like a dead code deletion ticket. Yeah. Sorry, I paused you. Keep going. You had Fork A confirmed dead, Fork C. What else was there? So basically, Fork B is just to update with what we currently found here, right? Right. So that's what you're describing. Option 1 is to amend the ticket to update it with what we currently found, with the corrected scope, what we currently found. That was a quick one. I can't believe I couldn't even answer that yet last night. I was so burned out. Holy shit. It's kind of sad that I can't like do errands and work. It's like my brain just doesn't do. It's so annoying. I don't know why. It's like I can't fucking focus. Like my brain's just like nope. I start reading nope. It's like you're trying to look at something and it's like you get pushed away, pushed away, pushed away. Confirmed, it's not. It's just a doc string, not enforced by any code check. Yes. Green light. I'm having a good fucking day today. My watch is almost all the way charged up. People actually liked it. Not that I care about numbers, but it's nice to be appreciated a little bit. And I only have a 35% skip rate, which is really low. Oh my god, dude, I'm happy about that. I'm almost at 60. 60 more tickets left. Oh, Lord. Alright, let's see what we got here. Create new folder conflicts with failure reload. Mechanism locked. When creating a new folder succeeds, but the view... refresh right after it fails, the user should see folder created, refresh failed. Not a generic mirror, okay? A. When it comes to that, that's more like that's end game. I'm worried about back end. I'm not really worried about like front end yet. I'm still trying to understand the actual goal of the ticket there real quick. Can you actually go over that a little bit more in depth for me, please? Yes. Ah! This is a speculated gap. This isn't actually a hard gap. Alright, so now I get this. And then, what's fork 2 again? It is hot today. God damn! The fix for 2 of the 3 error spots reuses this one shared message building function. Should that function get a new optional flag to swap out, or should recommended, or should 2 of those spots skip? No. Go with recommended. Yeah, it's drawing the right conclusions. It's like this one's like not really worth. The only one that actually had stuff that was like I definitely needed to give input on was something like, let's see, where the fuck is it? .309. Yeah, 309 was the one that was fucking weird. I'm gonna write these down real quick. 194. Meh. 309. Yes. I'm just gonna keep records of these, so then that way I can update these workflows as I go. That was really nice of him to reshare. A couple of people fucking saved it. More people saved my post than actually liked it. That's so cool. But honestly, if it was A and the folder was created, right? But there was a refresh issue, there should still be like something that gives it feedback, right? Like it gives them feedback that it was created, but this happened. In which case, I mean, the error handling should also be to attempt to refresh again. And then it's like, unless there is a connection issue, in which case there's connection handling, error handling already that exists for that. Does that make sense? I appreciate the feedback and the message, but is there actual error handling for this issue in relation to like attempting the refresh again? And then if it can't refresh, why can't it refresh? And then like connection handling, I know that part definitely has error handling for, like, basically if you're unable to connect to either or, I know that one definitely exists. I think that would be important unless there's another ticket that already addresses it, but if there isn't, I think that should be something that definitely exists. And then like how many times should it restart, retry for, all that sort of stuff, how long it, or maybe like how long it should try for, but I feel like it should only be dependent on the connection actually still existing. If the actual connection doesn't exist anymore, the other error handling should take over. And they shouldn't like compete for, you know what I mean? Like generally, if you had a refresh issue, then the connection probably exists still, because otherwise the connection error would be occurring. You know what I mean? Like where it's like erroring out and saying, hey, this is like the connection is fucked up. Can you run this by a Fable model to put together a plan for handling that and adding it to this ticket? I think it should be handled within the same workflow. I think like within the same ticket, it's the same issue. Even if it tells me to do it in a different one or in a different ticket, I still think this should just be addressed within this ticket because this ticket already exists. Adding another one, then pumping it through the actual planning process over again is a pain in the ass. What the fuck? Why does that sound like that? Oh. What? This show might pop this. ¿Sí? Pero no es bastante, ese solo está picante. Oh my god. I just cooled off. My pop sprayed me down with the hose a little bit. I feel a lot better. Yep, do it up. I think that fixes everything. The interval doesn't really matter. You can pick it, whatever. It doesn't really matter. As long as it's doing it. The default is usually good. It's like those kinds of intervals, it's like not really super. It's like, it's not like totally dependent on that being like correct. You know, it's like, it's really a non-issue. 2 seconds, 4 seconds, 8 seconds, back off. Great. That sounds great to me. Oh, that felt so much better. Connection option already no. Yeah, A is fine. Original ticket wording. B. But here's the thing. Hit refresh to see it is good, but this is also in relation to the new edition, which is try to fix it first. Right? So this should only come in after it wasn't able to fix it if the connection is still constant. Like it's still good. You know what I mean? Yeah, dude, I totally feel that. It's like, you know, not wanting to. Okay, I gotta answer questions. Before I do that, I have to send my friend messages later tonight. Alright, the pattern is shared, rename, trash, restore, delete. Same theoretical bug everywhere. Honestly, this should be for every single verb that you can possibly take. Technically, it should be a centralized thing. Can you have the Fable model that put together the plan for this go through that with that recommendation? Actually, I think that should be folded into the ticket that addresses these other issues as well. This should be error handling for all verbs, period. Alright, I'll be right back. I'm gonna grab some coffee, water, come right back. I'm also gonna add a little bit, get a little bit more wet just because it feels good. Okay. For one, I feel like the accept would handle. How does it listen? Or how does it hear accept when I said accept, and it hears accept when I say accept? Accept would populate the variable for the message. That way it doesn't matter, it's totally modular. For 2, I think that's another thing. This points towards another thing. Creating a centralized success and error handling pop-up system. I think this points towards that being created. I think this can be expanded further to include that. For number 3, after everything succeeded or everything or something failed, would that actually point towards what the thing I recommended? Would that point towards the optional ad? Run that by the Fable model, please. Oh, I feel so good. All right, let's see what you got. Yep. I want it there, though. I want it there. I mean, would it hurt to not add it to 194 and just basically update the ticket as a whole? And update the plan as a whole? Yes, only when, if for Wrinkle 3, I already answered that. Yeah, only when everything succeeded, yes. For the optional convenience helper, what do you expand? Can you expand on that a little bit more? What?
Right, here, right.
Yep. Absolutely do it with the helper. Absolutely. Yeah, that totally makes more sense. Are you kidding me? I mean, it's not like a huge difference. It's more semantics, I guess, but I like it. It's cleaner for me on my end. Now, here's the next thing. Yeah, because it's like more of a method that's being called and a parameter that's being populated with it instead of it being like a variable that is defined. That way it's like, it's more of a, yeah, I like it. Because otherwise it's populating a class method, a class variable, then after that it is populating the actual function, triggering the function afterwards, whereas this is just calling the method, adding the parameter, and populating it right away cleanly there. That makes more sense. Then in terms of the actual making it a separate system, let's go ahead and make that a new ticket, please. Thank you. Have the Fable model create the ticket and put together a quick plan for it in the ticket itself. Alrighty. Active. Alrighty. I'll pump that up a little bit. I feel like I'm listening to the same 8 songs over again, like again and again, which is fine. But I also wish I had more variety. A little bit. It'd be nice. It'd be nice to have a little variety. It would be. I mean, shit. I wish I had mini Sudokus to do in the meantime between these here. That's not bad. We got to... I think I'm going to reset the context window, to be completely honest. All right, let's continue with the Loop Ledger review, please. Thank you. Yeah, I'm definitely sick. Oh my god, I normally can't hit a low C sharp. That's so crazy. Yeah, I normally can't hit that. I barely hit that though. I'm barely hitting that. It's barely like a grumble. BT327, same parent, no op move, not short circuited. What the fuck does that even mean? User drives selected items into a folder that's already their current parent. The drop should be short circuited. Yes. Yeah. 7 forks for this shit. What the fuck? I feel like this might be... This is what? 327? Yep, silent, good. It's a short circuit. It's not actually like an error message. Because it's like, why would you bother giving them more like feedback? I barely used tokens this week. God damn, I need a fucking boogie. I have 3 days. I got a boogie. Recommendation handler. Alright, B. Where the new same parent early return guard lives. On breadcrumb drugs. on breadcrumb dropped works. So far, this is feeling like sorry, I was going with the recommendation handler on breadcrumb dropped. Yeah, my bad, yo. All right, C. Where's C quality? What is this going to be used for? Inline is the recommended? That makes the most sense. Why would I want to make another function? Okay, Chrome only, maybe, okay. Chrome only is a maybe. Is a maybe, because, but I think the on the picker side, it's already handled on the UI end. Like, it doesn't allow you to... And if you do that, it's basically harmless, I think. I'm gonna get my charger. Or actually, no, I can use this one. I also got a pee anyway. Be right back. I got a pee. I'm already dry. That's fucking nuts. It's so hot. I keep wetting myself. Move selected items opens the picker at root folders. No, I think expanding. I think widening it. Why can't we? Because it's like the same exact bug, so it should be centralized and then applied to both situations. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like we can handle that here. Like, this is a good location for centralizing that issue. Can you run that by the Fable model, please, and have it put together a plan?
Our economy is so weird for creating situations like this.
Este hombre tiene un problema donde se le quebró un capacitor, una pieza de tecnología que él tenía, ¿verdad? Y entonces dijo que para arreglarlo, traerlo a un taller para que lo arreglaran en los Estados Unidos es casi como $300, $500. Pero tirándolo y comprando algo usado es como $120. Y después dijo, pero la pieza que está quebrada es 25 centavos.
Así es la verdad. Es la verdad, vea usted. Yo le vendo usted un carro y se le jode eso mismo. Se le jode esta pieza que me cuesta 10 pesos. Pero solamente yo tengo la herramienta para mover y sacar y poner la pieza que usted, porque si usted mete otra herramienta se va a pasar en otras partes del motor.
Sí, y esa herramienta solamente tiene lógica para esa una parte.
Una parte que vale 10 pesos, pero como yo tengo esta exclusividad de comunicación.
Es tan raro, especialmente cuando apenas un poco de soldadura, apenas cambiar la cosa, no es como que es nada por este mundo. Eso es,
Así es este mundo, ¿por qué?
tienen que hacer tecnología que es modular, que se puede, que yo no entiendo por qué en el mundo todavía usan soldadura. Digamos, en sí mismo, ellos deben de tener componentes que ustedes como Legos. Entonces se le quiebra una parte, usted le quita ese capacitor, usted compra otro capacitor del mismo tipo, ahí está. Deben de hacer eso. ¿Por qué no?
¿Por qué no hacen eso? Porque eso no le va a dejar el dinero que le daría al otro que tiene que soltar, que el papá, que mano de obra, que...
Es tan raro. Hasta ayudaría con la... Bueno, esta es la otra parte. Técnicamente usted puede hacer cualquier pieza de tecnología si usted compra las partes, y entonces usted técnicamente puede comprarse la esquemática en piezas y después hacer...
ellos saben todo eso.
Técnicamente usted puede hacer eso.
Entonces usted le robaría todo el mundo.
Sí, técnicamente usted apenas coge las piezas y usted dice, ok, esta pieza claramente es esto, esta pieza es claro. Entonces yo puedo hacer cualquier...
Si usted, Eugenio, hacía unos componentes para unas alarmas de seguridad, pero él ahí conocía los capacitores, resistencias, ¿cómo se llaman? La que se abre y se cierra de acuerdo al calor o a la intensidad que se llama.
Potentiometer.
Ya no recuerdo el nombre. Pero él logró el secreto, como usted. Y él lo vendía, pero ¿qué? Yo cogía la cajita ahí, lo armaba todo, lo metía, y esa caja la sellaba como silicón o qué sé yo, que nadie viera nada. Nada más que serían los cables de entrada y los cables de salida. Eso era lo que usted veía. Y él vendía eso, que era el secreto, que trabajaba por todo el sistema. ¿Entiende? No era nada del otro mundo, pero para que nadie le copie aquello.
Sí. Oh my god, yo voy a comenzar con esto ya, muy pronto. Otra vez. Ya voy a comenzar con eso para hacer la... Tengo la laptop que me prestó la niña todavía, tengo que hacer eso, tengo que hacer un montón de cosas, tengo que practicar las canciones que me hacen falta, todavía muchas cosas.
Lo que diste ante un programa y
Me estoy despertando temprano, ya está aquí.
muy bueno.
Ya estoy comenzando a despertarme a las 4 de la mañana.
Eso es muy bueno. Ahí comienza la disciplina.
Sí, yo estoy, pero lo que tengo que hacer en la próxima cosa es hacer sin tener duro a esto. Esto yo no puedo esperar, yo voy a comenzar haciendo mezclas así, y hasta puedo comenzar haciendo como fiestas y cosas así. Le pregunto a Daniel si me presta literalmente un parlante ahí, después yo lo llevo por lado ahí para una fiesta ahí, para practicar. Tengo que practicar, yo compré esto pero hace tiempo atrás y nunca lo pude trabajar. Yo siempre quería poner esto a trabajar para hacer eventos y cosas así, yo hasta tuve los parlantes y todo.
No sé si van a ver ese verde, ese se corta como que un amarillo.
Sí.
Un verde como amarillo, guarda ese color en su mente. Guarda el color verde como amarillo.
Sí.
Como que está anémico, como que no tiene el color que debe, como que está palidejo.
Sí.
Entiendo. Una de las zonas que caiga unos 3 aguaceritos, 4, y se va a dar cuenta que se va uno dando el resto del potasio. Eso falta el potasio. El potasio le da fuerza y color.
¿Por qué no le tira un poco de agua ahí? También.
Ya le da la cosa, ya le puede andar aquí, ya no se ve. También hay videos que deben a...
Sí, pero entonces tirarle un poco de agua ahí para que se derrita cualquier cosa que quede. Casi no llovió ese día, esa única cosa.
2 días antes con ganas, yo digo, así yo lastimado. Ahí agarré un bichillo y me regalaron una lana que sea lo que te picó. Yo me encontré una vez fuera de este mundo. ¿Qué mata?
¿Ya me sequé otra vez?
Claro.
¿Qué sequedad?
Mucha gente lo que hace es que tiene un baño en un túnel.
Pero ¿qué sequedad que hay? Eso casi no existe aquí. Mi baño estaba seco también. Yo entré en mi baño para echarme un poco más de agua. Está seco. ¿Qué tiempo para comprar esa caja? Cuando se secó todo el mundo.
Ahorita más hay que echarle. Ahorita más hay que echarle agua dentro de la caja.
¿Verdad? Oh my god. No, pero yo creo que todavía aquí técnicamente está como 60% de humedad.
No, aquí todo el tiempo va a haber humedad. Aquí todo el tiempo va a haber humedad. Yo creo que este lugar se fresquito. Si usted esté quemándose.
Sí. Oh my god, no puedo esperar para enseñarle unas mezclas con esto, para enseñarle cómo se hace esto. Pues a ver, es really cool. Esta cosa yo puedo hasta salvarle. Yo puedo grabarle diferentes cosas, diferentes canciones.
Tiene como memorias también.
Sí, entonces yo tengo una canción, ¿verdad? Entonces yo aprieto acá 2 veces y yo puedo hacer como un beat, digamos que yo hago pum pum así. Después yo puedo escoger cuántos compases tiene para eso. Le cierro, le abro y se amarra, detecta el BPM,
El tiempo.
Entonces se amarra a esos puntos ahí. Entonces yo puedo poner, entonces salve esta acá. Entonces vamos a buscar la próxima, salve esta acá. Entonces para esta canción jala estos samples acá. Tengo 8 acá. Tengo 8 y después tengo 4 más arriba que son para apenas cualquier cosa que quiera. Yo puedo grabar aquí en vivo con el micrófono y hacer un ritmo que siga así también encima de eso. Yo puedo poner esta cosa es súper fuerte. Cuando en su era era.
En su era.
¿Sí?
Existe.
No hombre, eso está, usted tiene que verla, usted quiere ver la versión actualizada de esto hoy en día.
Me imagino que 10 veces mejor, pero sí.
Oh ya, eso, vea, esta parte de acá, de esto así, es como, esto se tiene como un control, pero el de verdad, digamos, el de hoy en día, da vuelta cuando usted lo toca, entonces usted puede sentirlo, como que si fuera disco. Entonces usted, y también son más sensibles, entonces usted puede, y así, así todo así. Eso es mucho más sensible, todo. También tiene unas luces por todo lado, es casi como así, de veces más grandes. Un chunchón esa cosa. Pero todavía tiene, todavía tiene.
¿Oíste un bombazo antes con que algo cayó en un techo?
¿Sí?
Y ahí subir un techo por ahí, dejar que no haya pasado recto, lo que sea. Y que por desde dos sitios, dos cosillas que tengo ahí, las tengo dobladas con esta.
El viento.
Dos se fueron, cayeron en el piso. ¡Pum!
Ah,
Que me encanta.
sí, el viento.
Él le quité ayer las ramas, tiene las hojas que están pegando ahí, que le están dando bullas ahí en el cuarto.
¿Ah?
Él le cortó unas hojas, unas matas que estaban pegando a la pared. Estaban pegando las láminas transparentes.
Ah. Ah, yo tengo unas ganas de meterle a esto.
Yo tengo una gana de voy a hacer esto.
All right, let's see what we got here. So, yeah, they should both. So the picker feedback, they should both behave the same exact way. And then in terms of C, yes, flip it to the shared helper. What's the recommendation there actually? Wait, so I'm referring to that. What's the recommendation with C? Oh, it's okay. It's returning. Okay. Oh my God, Papa! Oh my gosh! Papá, mira para que vea esto. Dice, cuidado, lechuga.
La lechuga, diarrea. Un esqueleto me cagando.
Tiene lechuga y todo. Cuidado, lechuga.
Qué escándalo, lechuga con la bacteria.
Yep, go with that one. There should be like one or two more. Alright, so this one was like kind of important. Or you're gonna go up to G. God damn it. All right. Hover feedback during drag. Basically change the color to, or basically make it so it gives feedback during the actual drag if it can't actually do it there. That's what you're basically saying, right? Yup, I think that it should be done. Run it by the Fable model to put together the plan for that, and then update the ticket with that, or update the plan with that. How does it fit in relation to the previous changes? Can it also be applied to the previous changes even though it was pre-resolved? Can it be applied to the current shape, basically is what I'm asking. Perfect. Perfect. Confirmed. These have actually been kind of necessary. Fuck it. So, I think that in the future, this should be something that's brought up at the top, not after figuring out all the forks. I already put all the effort into the forks. It might as well be done now. Yes. So now, yes. Beforehand, maybe not. But to be honest, I think it's still valid. I think instead of adding it to a memory, I think potentially updating the workflow. That is actually doing the questions and the order of the forks, like picking the order of the forks to present to me, would be better as a workflow item than a memory. Run that by an Opus model and then update the workflow for the best location for that. I gotta drink more water. Holy shit, it's hot. Yeah, leave the already drafted one as is. Fuck it. Have the Opus model update the current one as well, in terms of like the leftover, the remaining parked amendment.
You believe you? Sights you. Almost chasing your dreams is like choosing to go through a super dark tunnel where you can't see curiosity is the essential. I stopped offering people free work and I've never been more alone in my entire life. So I've been working on my
I'ma show y'all my co-writing workflow. These workflows were heavily inspired by the work of Kopathi as well as Jake, also known as Lost and Lucky on Instagram. First, we start with a simple context system that is built up over time unless you're me, in which case you didn't do
Alright, if it's done, yeah, let's keep walking it. To be honest, I never understood. Let's get it. Oh, I'm so close. I'm so close to 58. Unreadable files. gets silently mishandled. Unreadable file gets treated as missing. Let's try database row. Gold ticket. Unreadable files. Ah! Solution, nothing built, proposal only. Okay. Which ticket carries? Alright, dude, I cannot fucking focus with this kid fucking blasting his music. Oh my god. Alrighty. Literally stopped. He literally just stopped. Oh fucking thank God. Alright, here we go. Deciding which ticket carries the dock. Plane. Extend. I mean, would it be accurate that it's done? Oh, you turned it down. That was actually pretty nice. Dude, 23 people saved my fucking post. because the schedule. All right, let's see. All right, let me turn this down. So DriveScan has the same exact bug, is basically what you're saying. So it was fixed in Watchdog Utils, but it was not fixed in DriveScan, essentially. Fuck. It's an identical bug. They should be centralized. Both should have the same error handling, and it should be in a centralized location. Does the or if they're both identical, if they're both independent copies of the same logic, they need to be stored in a centralized location and then called. Either Watchdog Utils and then called into DriveScan, or DriveScan and called into Watchdog Utils. I'm leaning towards the prior. Fuck. I'm starting to see why you do it with the option at the end. There's positives and like positive and negatives of that option. For the workflow that got edited for to place all the stuff at the beginning, if it says to basically it potentially is not even necessary as an amendment or even as a question, I think it should potentially, like when it's asking the questions in the loop ledger, like feedback, like when we're like the workflow that we're currently working in, I think it should mention that and then basically continue with the rest of the forks. Or ask, would you like to continue with the rest of the forks? Or find out what they are, because sometimes there is useful stuff. For example, this one definitely has useful stuff. So this would be worth updating with a Opus model. I think potentially where I think the potential location would be within the actual loop ledger questionnaire asker. Like the one that you're currently reading out of to do these questions with the forks. I think that would be the correct location potentially, but if it finds a better place, that would be awesome to consider as well. So yeah, let's go ahead and update. Well, let's run that by an Opus model first. Based on the current direction that I'm heading with it, would you recommend yeah, I think extending 383 itself would be the right approach in relation to my goal. What do you think? God damn it. No, it should still have the recommendations and everything. Like, I mean, it should still do it. like I still want the full context. I mean, I don't think that doing the entire preview beforehand, it's just I'm just saying it's like I think it's useful. Fuck. I think the recommendations are still like useful. I think they are. I think most times I will want to go over the ticket, to be completely honest. Like most times I would be curious about it. What does the Opus model think about that in relation to that kind of context for this workflow? And then in relation to the ordering rule, how does 563 like what's the prerequisites inside of that one that would make it difficult to expand this one, where the other one would make more sense to just kind of make a new ticket for it? Then why not just make the dependency like expand the expand? Okay. Then why not extend 383 and then make it in the instructions in the ticket itself say that you should do the other one before you do that one, like that you have to actually do it, that it's a prerequisite ticket that needs to get done. I don't understand why it would be like, why I don't understand why like another ticket is necessary. Same deal. Yes, but now what about my initial thing that I wanted? Basically having a centralized location instead of having two different functions that have identical logic being built in two different locations. That's what we're trying to avoid across the code base. We don't want that. If they exist in the same ecosystem in the sense like this is like the watchdog.py function, I mean file, right? And that exists on the actual dock itself. Why can't it be imported? That's my question. Like into the other file, the drivescan.py. If it yeah, I think doing that centralized import would be the better approach. And extending the ticket. I mean that's totally worth it. And then just establishing that it needs to have the prerequisites from 536, was it? You know, just basically that. Why not, right? I mean, like you said, it's basically just, it's semantics. I mean, it's not really, there's no real like benefit. It's not like spreading the scope of the ticket too thin or anything like that. I mean, fuck it. You know? Also, I'm really grateful to the kid next door just turned down his music a little bit, which is awesome. That's considerate. It's cool to blast music during the day like this. I don't give a fuck. But like at night, oh my god. If I'm trying to sleep, dude, oh my god. In the morning, oh my god. I play music in the mornings. I'm not gonna lie, I do that. But I also why is it running? Wait a minute, it's running that through fucking Fable models? That's not too wasteful, it's fine. Wait a minute. Quick question, did I already address ticket 315? Whoops. Whoops. Non-handling, family only. All right, so in relation to the recommendation, I mean, you're basically asking how much to actually ingest. of the other one. I mean, if it's identical logic, it should just be the full import as a whole, right? It shouldn't be like only importing the error handling because it's still identical logic. I would want the logic to be identical on both ends. Does that make sense? I see. So other bugs that happen to live in dryscan.py but are not in Watchdog utils? Or are you asking if they were fixed in Watchdog utils, why can't we just import the functions that were already fixed in Watchdog utils? That's what I'm asking. That way it could just literally be the same exact logic. As within a centralized location. Run that by an Opus model instead, not you. Sorry, no offense. I want to keep your context window clear as possible. Dude, a bunch of people are following its hours. I'm pretty fucking stoked about that, dude. What the fuck? Dude, I went up another 5 followers today. What the fuck? This is great. That's 1/6. That's like that's what, like 15% higher? That's fucking great. That's like 15, 16%, 16.5%. Or 16.1555555555555, right? Let's see. 1 divided by 6. Yeah, it's 16.666666666666666. That was close. Alright, people chatted. English. Yes, English. Sorry. 324. This wasn't too long ago. Let me see. Maybe they're still there. Maybe not. Maybe not. But yes, English. I speak English and Espanol. I speak both. Plus a new risk. Well, what about centralizing what is centralizable? Yeah, so basically widen fork C not to full centralization, only centralize what can be centralized. Then I don't understand why. I feel like this is one of these things where there is a way to do it. It just would require a little bit of a larger restructuring of the logic, potentially. Usually that's the case. When something like this is so close, but not really. Drive scan should operate okay, because you can cancel drive scan technically, but here's what it would do then. If you canceled it, it would do a single write within the what it did scan. You know what I mean? Run that by a Fable model. There has to be a way, because I want the write behavior to be identical too. I think it works that way. Because this is record keeping, there should be identical approaches to it. Dude. You do not need to do that. What does the Fable model think about that approach in relation to standard practices, and in terms of what I'm mostly worried about is like the fundamental logic and error handling. I think I want to make it so they both work identically, basically, in relation to the ultimate, like the scan side of things, even to the point where maybe instead of like a majority of the scan itself is actually just occurring on the drive scan file side, and then it's sending the things that it finds that needs to be added through to the watchdog for it to actually scan. Like, that's what I'm talking about in relation to the actual like restructuring of the logic or the architecture overall. What do you think about that? It's a bigger fix. I mean, it's larger. I know that for a fact. I'm willing to accept it though, as long as it can be executed cleanly. If it is, I mean, as long as there's a plan to it, it totally can be. Run that by a Fable model, please. I'm gonna grab a coffee. I just helped my mama with her hair real quick.
myself aching bone. I need my love aching bone. I need myself aching bone. Aching bone.
Yeah, it's going through safe rate. The recollection logic, reconciliation logic. I see that. I'm gonna turn this music down. It's so loud. I was helping my mama with her hair. I had a lot of fun with that. I love her so much. Rights are already centralized. Well, no. Well, the partial right problem that I'm approaching there is basically like the one that I'm pointing out is not like a partial right of what was done. What I'm talking about is a partial right, like a little bit, then another one, and then another one, and then another one, like one at a time. I'm talking about like a single big right to the actual thing, like to the actual database. Of whatever was scanned up to that point, up until the cancel. So it's a partial right, technically, of the database. Technically, you're right. But it still is a single safe write action. You know what I mean? That's how the current watchdog functions. At least that's what you were saying from what you were outlining there. So run that by the Fable model, please. Thank you. Well, that's what I'm saying. I mean, honestly, the actual, so like the loop and how it actually stores it, right? Technically, that's the gap in the logic, like in terms of how it actually does things. Ah, fuck. Wait, why would that? But why would that do in mass false deletions? Because the deletion. I see. But isn't safe rate how it functions basically doing a write function? It's not like in terms of SQL, it's not rewriting the entire database. Why would it do a mass false deletion? It's just sending a thing, like basically like a package of data for rows that it needs to either update or change. I don't understand why that would lead to mass deletions in the database. Run that by the Fable model, please. What we're discussing is the collection of the data that is going to be written before safe write. What I'm saying is that a cancellation should just be everything up until the point. So it's like it has a list that it's basically like it's either a dictionary or a list or something. I forget what it was, but it's some sort of multi-data variable that is basically being, I think it might be a dictionary actually now that I think about it, but it's basically being collected and then it gets pushed through to safe write. What I'm saying is that what we need is a cancellation point. So it's like if it does get canceled, it can still write the things that it confirmed that did go through the loop for the scan. And then honestly, like, the watchdog should potentially behave in the same exact way. Run that through the Fable model, please. Thank you. With that context, the same Fable model with the full context window of everything that we've been talking about. Is there any way you can leave it open so we could just keep talking to it? I literally have like most of this fucking database, like, well, most of this fucking code base memorized. It's kind of crazy. I'm not even trying to memorize it. I can't fucking help it. I want one of their hats, dude. Even though I don't wear hats, I want one. They're so talented. Hot damn, dude. 37 saves. I've never had a post like this.
In a study that exposed a 5-minute hack that created 171% output. Okay, this is what happened. The psychologist walked into a fundraising call center and
What? Isn't there a ticket that... Fuck. Fuck. The stale duplicated difference logic. If it's literally duplicated logic, what parts of the logic is duplicated? Let's start there. All right. Also, there absolutely is a cancel logic. Oh wait, no, there isn't. It just has cancel capabilities. Then, in relation to the cancel logic, run this part through the Fable model. Correct. There is no cancel right feature currently built. That is correct. I understand and I remember the Watchdog why it doesn't have that. Because the scan is the fallback for that. Which does the Fable model think is the better approach? To do the cancel and then lean into the fallback? Or to add the cancel approach for the Watchdog? And this is in relation to the Watchdog. Now, in relation to the scan, I think that should definitely have it. But if it does have it, this is tying a little bit more in terms of the logic, the parallel logic, like the literally identical logic that exists between both. It's just the only thing is the logic upstream of that feeds it, which would be basically the thing that walks the database, walks the file base as it currently is, like the actual directory, and then compares and contrasts. That logic is upstream.
Say the first thing that pops into your head, even if
The Sweaty Tooth Man.
supporting you after all.
I'm going through these slower, but in all actuality, I am getting actual things that I need. Potentially, it's making it more robust. Alright, let's see. Well, I guess no. If there is, wait, a recollection. That's right. So, reconciliation. Be confirmed. Let's leave that for there for now. I'll fucking tear it apart later. Let's add this drive scan cancel flush. I think that should be worth adding. To be honest, it's good. Because that would basically save the state. No time would be wasted. And then when it got restarted later or ran on a later date, it would be together. Like basically this would it would work. When it got restarted on a later date, basically it would like the way that the actual scan functions, it would basically be a low wait, like yes, and then once it got to the point where it no longer was accurate anymore, it would then start scanning from that point. Like basically everything that was accurately scanned upstream would be correct still. So it's like that's computational power that was spent. That's watts that were spent. So you might as well store that because it's good data. Essentially. And then it's low weight to just scan and pass through the logic. Because it's correct data. Essentially. Because it's correct data. Alright, the bigger drive scan towards raw discovery to the watchdog idea. Model 2. Since it's I think ultimately I want to keep them separate in terms of number 3 because they are two different approaches of collecting data. But what I don't understand is what is exactly the points in the logic that are identical? Like why is it that I'm doing error handling on one and it isn't something that's imported onto the other when it is identical in the other side? The thing that is identical though. And that's what I'm asking about. What exactly is the identical part, function, whatever that exists on both where the error handling was done on one but not on the other? And it needed to have identical error handling anyway. That's ultimately what we were actually discussing. Run that by the Fable model, please. Thank you. Aight! Let's go! Alright, so let's see. Get modification date. Pacha! Why are they different? Compared to basically so the only location where the actual okay. So check hash is legitimately different in both those files. That drop it. Because one of them is basically literally reading is comparing and contrasting the database. That's a different function. Get modification date is legitimately identical. Definitely. And then compare modification date collapses on a bad false. So, but the compare modification date is different in both of those states. Where is that one of the locations where the error handling could have been like where it needs the error handling, or is it just get modification date that it actually is the one that was the one we were discussing this whole fucking time? Because if that was the case, oh my fucking god, dude, that, like, overcomplicated that to no fucking end. But it's nice. It was a nice little refresher on the fucking logic. Dude, 40 people, fucking 40 people saved it. Holy shit, dude. What the fuck? 40 people saved it. But check hash is legitimately a different function. Get modification date and compare modification date are two different are two functions that have identical logic essentially. So can those two be imports inside of the file for the drive scan file from Watchdog database? Because I would want that to be the source of truth. Python file. I mean, technically, from the perspective of it only, like, it's what's the word I'm looking for? It is based on a state. It is, fuck, how am I forgetting this word? Circumstantial. Circumstantial. But ultimately, the check hash function itself, like in the instance where it does need to do the scan to check hash, right? It is technically the same method of checking the hash value. They should be pretty much identical. Where it's like it's based on the other variables beforehand in the logic chain. For example, I think it's based potentially on like modification date. There's a whole logic chain that it goes through before it actually checks the actual hash value. They should technically be using the same exact approach, function, whatever, to do that. But how it gets to that point is the circumstantial part of, like, aspect of it. Run that through Python. Like, I think we're almost there. Run this through the Fable model, please, one more time. I just answered an awesome question. I got a good question. That was a lot of fun to fucking answer. Oh my god. I'm sorry, I just had to answer a really good question. Alright, I'm gonna read it out because it's fucking great. I'm really proud of that. He goes, what reference does it use for smoke testing? How does the AI know that the code is up to the standard? I said, I got you. The plan contains the context of the prompt and /ticket/task. The code is written from that, goes to the test, the code written from that goes to the tester. Does it accomplish the plan's goal? Is basically the question it needs to answer. So that's why I also pass the context from the plan to the tester. Then I also have my own code, my own test writing rules that I hashed out on top of that. Definable, measurable passes, not just rubber stamps on a test that holds no actual relevance. Those are determined first before writing the test. It determines the pass/fail variables first, then writes a test around that. It's a tester suite, not a single agent that is just creating tests with a prompt telling it to test the code. Because you are correct in being skeptical. False positives are totally possible. That's why I personally debugged the tester workflow to no end, running it and checking the test/results before I actually deployed it as part of the loop. Great question. I'm really proud of my fucking workflows, dude. I spent months building these. I'm really, really fucking proud of my workflows. I thought nobody would ever care about those. That's why I'm doing this right here, right now, because I'm checking. That's why I have questions and shit. I mean, it still technically needs input because these are design things. Like, this is the job. This is the work. Up until but this is also because there's like things that do need my input. It's real. I mean, so far, I got 309 is yes, 194 meh at first, but then I have a new feature found working the questions. Then 327 extended as well. So it's like, it's the same exact thing. Yes, for I think this is this 327? I don't even remember anymore. I think this might be 327. I've had a good conversation with this so far. I mean, so like I would say that none of this has been a waste of time. It's just tedious. And this is the job, though. I mean, this is the fucking job. I mean, it's like, you have to do work at some point. You can't just, this isn't like AI, like LLMs are not a magic button to do things. You know what I mean? Like, not yet. Eventually, the goal is to have it so well, like, context out and, like, that it doesn't actually need me for too much. But it still does need me because it's like, there's things that it could break and it could build things wrong, and like there's a lot of different fucking gaps. Alrighty, let's keep going. Shall we? Alright. Yep, that's like my harness around that basically. Handle works there too. Import actually run and it works. Yep, it does. Duh. I knew it! I knew it! No fucking dirty code base on my watch. I knew it! Yeah, then I mean, obviously obviously we need to update the call site. I mean, as we need to, yeah. So put together the plan with the model, with the Fable model, and then update it accordingly. Do we have any other forks here? Yeah, so then we can move on to fork D, I guess. Yeah, let's go. Alrighty. Alright, so this is not quick. Like I said, these are tedious fucking questions, but important because they did need user input. Fair. That's what we're trying to determine. Is it actually giving me questions that I actually need to answer? Or is it just basically like, I don't know. And it's like, some questions, they've been a little fucking weird. Not really necessary. But for the most part, these, like I said, so far we've come across like a couple of tickets and we had new features, new like actual architecture restructures that needed to get done anyway, and like fair. And like that's the reason why it's bringing it up. I mean, fuck it. Like these are good points. Oh, this is 383. Alright, so we're actually expanding on 383 then. Okay, so we're actually on the next one already. Shit. So I make notes on the workflow, like what is the quality that I'm receiving here. So yeah, fuck, I totally forgot we actually moved on a ticket. Holy shit. Alright, so deciding okay, so deciding 383 extended scope also absorbs the dock plane, fixes 2 sibling tickets 384, 386, covering its own distinct bug on. Yep, absorb it. No, I like. Would it break it to absorb the other sibling tickets? Run that by an Opus model, please. AI in 911 calls not there yet, dude. That's a bad idea. I fucking love AI. I'll be doing my shit with it, but with 911 calls, we are not there yet, dude. That is sensitive shit. Oh, it cooled down so nice today.
but I still feel you. And yet another night, you're actually standing. Told me my fingers up and jam.
Fuck. So wait, here's the thing though. Will 383 affect the design for 384? It does. Doesn't it? But that's the thing. It's like, that's why I'm kind of tempted to like import that. Because they are related. Like, if there are two intertwined systems, then they need to be considered simultaneously, don't they? And then what about 386? Same question. For the... Let's run that through a Fable model. This actually is, like, hairy, like, without a doubt. So this is absolutely 1000% yes. So far it's given me a bunch of yeses, so this is actually fucking worth it, goddammit. I was hoping. It's also because it's so many different changes simultaneously that it's like, it's so heavy. Ouch. Got bitten by something. Again. I thought it was a mosquito, but it might have not been a mosquito, dude. That actually fucking hurt. Nope, it's one of those scratchy things. I'm gonna look that up. Is there such thing as a bug that bites in a way that looks like a scratch? No, not that. Not that either. Well, something from Costa Rica, but I'm not in a bed right now. I'm literally like, I'm literally just sitting at my desk, and like my foot started hurting, and it has like these little scratches. It also itched like I got bit by something, but it's literally like 2 little scratches. That explains it. It was probably a fucking spider that bit me. And then I fucking swiped it away. Let's see. Ugh. God damn it. That's like the one downside to being here at this desk. Is like the door being open. I thought it was mosquitoes. Question, does the check hash import, does it break the logic for the, do any of those imports break the logic of the drive scan function that is in there? Like the one that has like all like the basically like all the if statements, the determining logic for like, it's like if it has like a modification date change, like all that sort of stuff. Does it break any of that logic? I want that checked very thoroughly because I worked hard on that logic and I do not want it to fucking break. So focus on that real quick because you're touching that real quick with that. 384. So basically 384 would need to be replanned after 383, essentially. In terms of 386, so all 3 of these tickets are, yeah, I mean, they all need to be updated in some way, shape, or form. For 384 and 386, they both need to be updated in some way, shape, or form, it seems like. In relation to widening the locked import list, it does affect 386 if I do that, then, right? And let's keep talking to that Fable model, please. Thank you. Fabled. Take more risks, which frees your creative freedom. Which frees your curiosity, which amplifies your genius element as a human. Shit! Fuck. Most files do have that. It is theoretical, like the gap that you found, because technically, like 90% of files will have modification dates for the most part. Yes, there will be potential files that don't, for like, I honestly can't think of any, unless you're like making files in terminal outside of an OS like that does it. Most of them do. That's like standard record keeping practice for files. A lot of OSs depend on that shit. It's part of the like really important metadata for them. Technically, some don't, especially if you're doing stuff like that. Would that be like one of the only cases? Because if that's the case, I mean, that's like a way down the line future gap to fill. Not right now, though. Ah, in terms of like being able to register it, but in terms of error handling for right now, doesn't the watchdog, like, that's what we've been discussing. I feel like we're talking in circles. Doesn't the watchdog version currently cover for that? So that's basically what I'm saying is that's why we're talking about centralizing everything, is by basically by using the watchdog's fixes, which does account for those files, into this drive scan system. So then it can have the same exact fixes. I feel like we're talking in circles. Am I actually talking to the same Fable model that I've been talking to this whole time, or is it just literally spawning a new one every time? And then depending on you for it to actually receive the context window of what is actually relevant. I agree to fold it in. Yes, I agree. My question, the question we've been discussing is how. Because I don't want two instances of handling the same exact issue in completely separate files. Because otherwise I'm going to end up fixing one and fixing the other, then fixing one and fixing the other whenever I come across any changes. I would rather have that be some sort of import. Does that make sense? Run that by the Fable model again, please. Also, have you noticed that it's going between 5 and the letter D? It's starting to hallucinate. That is my little canary, my little fucking bird that is dying there. So I need a fucking... After this shit, it definitely is running on the... I need to clear out that context window like soon. Oh my god, fucking finally! There it is, there it is, there it is, there it is! I'm on the edge on that. I yield. Lock the split. There's a better approach to that. Also, adding to that real quick, the last thing I want to add to that, to the actual overall ticket, to please add a comment to rework this logic a little bit more in depth on a later date. Worth noting, maybe even making a ticket and like parking it and noting that it's something that is going to be parked for a while. There is a cleaner approach to this somewhere, and I need to actually like look into it and tear it apart. But for now, this works. Let's look at fork E. Yeah, of course. So when you say standalone upstream smoke, why can't it be live dock tested? And what would the upstream smoke pertain to? Like, what would it actually be testing? Would it actually be testing the code that is being added? If so, I mean, that's literally what we look for in the actual smoke tests. Like, for the actual logic that is on the actual, that's going to be in the dock itself, in the repository, that is in the actual files of the repository. As long as it's not rebuilding and as long as it's following the testing rules, that's my primary concern. Because I do have smoke test rules. So I don't understand why it's asking me that, but I think it's because it hasn't actually looked at the testing rules.
75 years. That's how much time you get if you're lucky. 75 years, 75 winters. Bueno, me voy a trabajar porque no sé lavar dinero, no nací millonario, me da vergüenza ser influencer, nunca gano ni una rifa, no entiendo nada de criptomonedas. Bueno, me voy a trabajar porque no sé lavar dinero, no nací.
You see this guy here staring back at you? That's your toughest opponent. Every time you get into the ring, that's who you're going against.
Alrighty. Yes, that's correct. It should be importing the actual functions. It should literally be importing the actual functions. So not a monkey patched version of the functions themselves. I see what you're talking about. Fuck. I would need a database to write to in order to actually... Now I see what you're talking about. This one's kind of fucking hard. I need to actually make a harness for this testing suite to be able to actually test this. Now I see what you're talking about. I don't want isolation techniques, that's the thing. I think I need to build like some sort of virtual machine or something along the lines of that is literally... I mean, but why can't it test to the actual dock? And then record what actually gets written into the database? Why can't it create a harness around that and then just actually use the dock? It's live. I mean, it's on right now. As long as the actual code gets shipped into the actual, like pushed into the actual dock itself, then we could test it. Ah, fuck, but it doesn't get shipped until, that's a fucking chicken or the egg scenario. We need a virtual machine then, essentially, to be able to, not literally a virtual machine, but like a virtual version, a code version of, like a harness version of the machine itself, of the dock itself. That way it can be changed and then changed back, and then once it does stick, it can be updated. And basically it could just work through imports. Is that a standard practice for that? That's how I would do it. Run that through the Fable model for that. But I see what you're talking about now with that monkey patched version of it. Yeah. Fuck. I get you. I validate what you're saying, and I see why you're doing it. But my other question is there a way that we can build this where we can actually literally have like a virtual version of the database system running, essentially, that can be changed and updated, and then after that, if it passes the test, keep it. If it doesn't, you know what I'm saying? From that point on, and then patching it into the actual code base itself. Or even just changing the actual file itself, like it does like the normal writing, right? And then basically running that through a I see why you would need to actually create... Fuck! You would need to basically create a duplicate file that has a different database location. Fuck. For or have a virtual machine that has all of the stuff. Or basically push the code into the dock and then test it live on the dock, and then after that, if it fails, I mean, is that the worst thing to do actually? Because then it's like you do have the changes and then you just basically need to SCP it again, and then you have the Git history to compare it to. Would that be the worst thing in the world? It essentially is a virtual machine. I mean, that's essentially what that is. I wanted actually testing the actual fucking dock.
I'ma show y'all my code writing.
Nope. I did not ask you. I know you can answer it directly, but please run it through the Fable model. Oh my god. Your context window is starting to get pretty up there. So no offense, but it's starting to get up there. Oh wait, nope, you did answer it correctly. Alright. Ah, you literally mean do a smoke test right now. I mean, that's not... It's good for theory, but I would rather it just actually do the smoke test after the writing the code. I mean, why would I do smoke tests for the planning stage? I'm asking you that, actually. Would that be a good idea? Potentially? Should that be part of the fucking planning stage? That's a new workflow fucking mechanic that I hadn't even thought about. What it actually sets, the acceptance bar for the future build pass. Whoever picks this up in a later code writing loop needs to know what done requires before they can close it. When it's actually built later, a standalone up. Okay. So basically, it's a pre-code writing smoke test to make sure that the logic actually makes sense, so then that way it can finalize the plan, so then that way it can actually write the code itself, and then it does an actual live smoke test, correct? You're asking me if it could close it on the green smoke test? Yes, that is standard practice for the actual workflow. Why is it asking me this? Now I'm actually like legitimately confused. That's such a weird question. In the code writer workflow, this is like normal, like for the testing workflow part of it. That's literally how it works. I don't understand why this is a question. They did not consider that did it not consider that as part? I guess it didn't consider that as part of the planning stage, which makes sense, to be honest, because it's not in it. It's just planning. So it's just basically asking general questions, I guess. That's why I've been so confused by this. I was like, I had like a whole other level of context for this. Am I making sense here? This is part of the actual workflow. Most of the people that like my workflow fucking saved it. Okay. Good Lord. I think maybe make it a park ticket. Make sure that the ticket body states that this is ultra low priority as long as the logic is currently functioning. This is something worth considering in the future, just for the sake of elegance and cleaning things up and making it nice and neat, but for the most part, probably not going to be super necessary, but still would be really nice to have in the sense of like refactoring cleanliness. Awesome, we're good to go. Is that all the forks? That's it for the forks for 383, we can move on to the next one. Let's have a sub agent create that new parked ticket for the note at the end there. Alright, I'm gonna close this door. I'm also going to grab some food real quick and be right back. What time is it? 6? It's starting to get kind of late. Be back. Fed the kitty. My little baby Kurt. Oh, I love it when I don't have to turn on the fan. I fucking hate that sound so goddamn much, dude. I'm very grateful to have a fan, but oh my god, it feels nice to turn it off. Alright, yeah. Let's finish this last question and then we'll call it a night. Maybe. We'll see. Depending on how much this one tears me down. Well, let's clear the context window. Let's continue the Loop Ledger reviewer, all that sort of stuff, the questions. Let's go. Concurrent writers can mutate files mid-scan. This is old. This is really old. Was this actually fixed by SafeWrite? Asking an Opus model. Are there other forks that are relevant to this? Or is the entire ticket basically supersedable? So 407 basically covers most of the problems from 391 as well as what's the other one? 577? .577 and 563, and then 3A, B, C is technically the only part that's left actually open that is actually real? So the queue pause is actually superseded by 577. That's what you're actually asking, not the full ticket, but essentially only number 3 is actually the actual, like, the only one that's actually open, like as part of what's left. Run that by an Opus model, please.
Mitos y realidades sobre no para nada. Mitos y
All right, let's get this. Okay. I would want to... Okay. Was 577 already completed, though? I'm gonna end up fucking reversing it. Fuck. I already know it. So, 577 is newer. It's superseded. It's a different approach, though. Essentially. I'm asking this as a question, not locking in my answer. Not locking in my answer. This is the thing that we were discussing earlier in another context window. Fuck. I need to argue and debate against a model. Let's do it against an Opus model. The debate is this. Here's the two sides of it. 577 is in refuse at NQ. Then 391 is Q pause. Opposite approaches. I think Q pause has value because the computational power was spent. And retaining what was completed, I don't think there's anything wrong with that. There's another ticket in this stream of questions that actually, it's a recent one. It's either 309, 194, 327, or 383. I can't remember which one it was. But we were discussing the scan. I think it might have been the last one. I think it might have been 383. And basically, the justification and the intent was essentially that. If 577 hasn't been built yet, neither error handling actually currently exists on the code base. I am leaning more towards QPause. Not even QPause though. But I don't think it's actually the best approach. I think there's a third option. I think not pausing it, but, or maybe even that actually, maybe even that. But how do we keep that in memory I mean, in storage and not memory, right? So there could be, I think the middle ground is essentially pushing through whatever is left in memory, and then the actual write mechanic, fuck, dude. So there's two different approaches to that queue pause. One of them is basically push everything that currently exists in memory, and the other one is push everything that exists in memory into the queue, like into a queue for the queue. Which, at what point are we gonna stop the queues? If the queue stopped loading in these kinds of situations, there's one of two reasons why it happened. Number one, you lost power, in which case, memory gone. Can't do anything about that. Number two, unforeseen error. That one can be handled, technically. In which case, at what point do the queues stop? Right? So, and if that's the case, maybe we push towards refuse at NQ for 577. I need a tiebreaker here. I see the validity in both. I'm now leaning more towards 577 though. wait a minute. All of the writing currently occurs on the dock itself for that exact reason. In relation to it being a... Ah, fuck. But the actual rights themselves are happening within the actual dock for every single instance, because all writing is going through API calls. There's an API call for that, and then after that, the actual write function itself is occurring locally every single time. So if it's a pre-existing risk for an external writer, this should not be actually possible anymore. If it's an external writer, because it's actually an API call, and then the actual writer itself is happening locally on the dock. Run that through the Opus model. And that was the whole purpose of that. Okay. I thought you were only talking about database rights, though. Okay. Fair, rsync technically is still an SSH thing. I know I'm currently passwordless sudo on that for push to dock. That's for development, not for full. But yeah, the rsync thing is technically an SSH call. I didn't realize that you meant that kind of write. I thought you were talking about a write in relation to like writing into the database. That's what I understood when you said that. I didn't realize you were talking about just literally writing into the directory. Run that through the Opus model, please. Fine. Fine. I yield. We still have to determine the forks from that one anyway, so it's fine. What is the fork itself, though? Oh, where the actual code lives. Oh. B1. Dude, that's gonna be the latest. That's gonna be so sad. I am so sad that we're living to see the end of the International Space Station, dude. That's so crazy. I am burning out a little bit. I need to go to bed soon. Fading, fading. Wait a minute. This is in relation to the pseudo permissions? Is that what this is actually about? That's what I'm talking about. Is 391 in relation to the permissions? Because that's open right now until I create a whitelist later, but that's like that's at the very end of everything I'm doing. Like that's like after, that's like at the end of development pretty much. I don't want to do that right now because I want to focus on just building right now. That's there might be a ticket. That's what I'm kind of like guessing at that, because I might have made a ticket for it. C1. So wait a second. Where does the external bucket actually live? So the function of it is basically to store app side actions. For example, the only one that actually occurs outside, like in the actual application nowadays, is literally the rsync one. That's the only one I can possibly think of. Besides, like, some other random ones, maybe. No, I think that's the only one, to be honest. And I think setting up the API key, I think that's the only other one that actually occurs as an SSH call. Run that through the Opus model, please. I'm just curious about the actual ticket itself and the goal of it before we continue. Wait, so is that one still in progress? I'm still curious about the actual goal of the ticket. No, I'm talking about 391. That's how come I was talking about the database stuff. So I think that's solved though. I think it's solved by the fact that it freezes the database actions up. Application. Run that by the Opus model because I'm pretty sure I'm right on this. I'm pretty sure I made that specifically to address this. So then when the scans are occurring, you can't actually change the actual directory, the file directory as a whole across the system. I'm pretty sure I did that for when things are getting scanned. And then my question is, in relation to the approach, how are basically this is tied to the actual database itself, right? Like, that's my next question. I need these answered before we can continue. Like, I really need more context like this, like in relation to the exact questions that I'm asking. Don't just give me fucking random context. Don't feel bad, dude. They got me the other day. I was straight up like, alright, so they're like, yo, did you know you can hear the difference in like the temperature of water if you pour it? And it's like, you can tell the difference if it's something is like really cold or hot. And then they poured the first one. It's like, now let me know, is this one hot or cold water? And so it pours, right? Like you hear the water pouring and stuff, and I paid like a lot of attention. Then all of a sudden it's like, here's the next one, and they pour ice cubes. No. When you're doing a scan, it's supposed to gray out the full application. So you can't do anything in it. That's why you're capable, like any user is going to be able to actually unfreeze the application. That's the whole point. There's definitely something there. Run it by the Opus model again, I promise. It might be 577 actually. Maybe. Yes! No, I'm thinking of... I'm pretty sure. I'm like pretty sure there's either a ticket for it. I am pretty sure there is either a ticket for it or it exists already. Oh my god, dude, I can't wait. We finished another fucking, like, I don't even know, 8 tickets today. God damn it, dude. These are long. There's at least 50 tickets that can get done already. But I just don't want to fucking confuse the... Okay. So it was 577 that basically laid out the shape that I'm putting down. Okay. Now, going back to the fork, D, and also, I need the proposed approach for this. What is it? And also, this would need to now affect. But wouldn't 577 basically fix it? And then also any API actions that are taken. Fuck, this is a big one. What a terrible one to pick for the fucking last one of the day. Oh my god. The only time this is actually relevant is if a scan was occurring, I think, in all actuality. Nowadays, at least, because everything has been pushed down to API calls, and the only way you should be able to make an API call is through the UI. So 577 solves for this, I think. And what's fork D again? Now I understand it. I wrap my mind around it again. Holy shit, that's actually kind of a true one. Well, in relation to rsync uploads, the only time, like I said, the only time this is actually going to be affected would be during a scan. And the only way you can actually reach the scan, I mean, rsync functions is through the application, which would be turned off during the scan through 577. That's what I was talking about. In relation to 594, this is basically like some sort of race condition between the scan and the watchdog, correct? Basically, to avoid it, turn off the watchdog meanwhile the scan is occurring. Is that it? Oh my goodness, I'm phasing out. I am definitely getting to that point. Yep. Does C1 actually still make sense given the new context? Run that by an Opus model. For fork D and 594. Yeah. Oh, 594 is the most recent one. That's the one that's like for the future. That's irrelevant then. So what exactly is fork D about? Bunch of new followers. So the fork for D, one more time, lay it out for me. .594 is not about that. 594 is trying to find a way to use imports. Basically, it's a refactoring ticket. It's not actually about functionally determining if one should run when the other is off. Completely unrelated. Here's the thing. Technically, yes. Because of safe write. That's the whole point of it. You can't write to it. Now the thing is, if you do update it, there could be a weird thing where it's like, because it's constantly comparing the database against, it's doing multiple reads. And you can read meanwhile you're writing in SQLite without, or at least the way that I currently have it set up, without messing it up. But the problem is, it does change the actual iteration count for what it's running through when it does the scan. It does fuck with it. But it's in the upstream logic side, not on the actual database write side. So here's the thing. I think that 577 would block that out, because you can't act, like in the sense that you can't do any verbs meanwhile you're doing a scan if the entire application is locked out. On the UI side. Now here's the thing. Further down the road, there is going to be the hard drive mirroring system. And that would require some sort of handling for that, where you pause that. So it wouldn't be able to occur as a scan was happening. So I need some sort of scan variable that it is scanning that I can tie into to basically use that as the variable that is set as a future parameter for the mirror side on the app itself. For the mirroring mechanics that I, whatever functions, whatever the fuck I put together for that in the future. If I have that variable set, and then I also set a note for it as a comment, I think that would solve for that. And then maybe I could tie that variable to the actual watchdog itself to turn off the watchdog there as a further safety. And then also pause and use the same signal to basically pause the safe write. So then basically all watchdog level safe writes would, well, no, if I pause the watchdog, it pauses the safe write itself because it's further upstream from safe write. Shit. I mean, okay, that's fine. Then pausing safe write, I mean, the watchdog from writing would stop safe write. But what if we created a secondary queue? But or here's the other thing, what if we created a secondary queue that could exist, and then once the scan was over, it could patch it over to safe write. That could solve for that too. Run this by a Fable model, or no. Run this by the Opus model. We are burning out. Yes, I'm aware no gate currently exists. There are no rights that actually occur outside of save right. The watchdog should be writing directly to SafeQ. What are you talking about? Is the model hallucinating? I am like 90% sure that's the case. The manual scan is an API call. I think the model is hallucinating. Run this by a new model, because this is not even accurate. This is inaccurate. This is accurate. This is accurate. This one actually is hard. Fuck. This is 2. Found it. This is 5. Fuck. Four, 5, 6. 2, 2, or 4. Fuck. 2 or 4. Shit, dude, it fucking 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. God damn it, this is taking me a while. Hold on a second. Fuck. 5, Why is this one challenging? One, two, three, 4, 4, 5, 6. Four, 5, 6. This is 6 here. 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5, 4. Here it is. All right, we good. 1, 2, 3, 3, 3. All right, 5, 5, 5, 6, 5. Two, 2, 2. So this has to be 2 here. 2, 2. This has to be 2 here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Got it. 1, 2, 3, 4. Fucker. Here it is. 4, 5. Here, 6. 1, 2, 3. Oh my god, this one was embarrassingly hard. No! I got a terrible time on this one. Alright, keep going. Come on. 6, 5. I need 5. The last 5 is somewhere here. Hold on a second. Where the fuck are you? There it is. 5 done. 6, 1. Here it is. 1, 1, 1. This is fucking 1, 2, 3 there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6. 1, 2, 3 there. Here it is. 3, 4, 5, 6, 5, 5. Let's see, 6 right there. 2. Which one do we have doubles of? 4. No, yeah, we have 4s there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 2 here. 1 there. Good. Done. 1, 2, 3, 2 there. 3 here. Go fucker. 6 here. My bad. Last 6 is here. Done. 3, 1, 3. Fuck! That took 5 minutes. How dare I? Well, the average was 3 minutes, so... But I still fucked up on that one. That's... Wait a second. I thought I had pushed every right through safe right. Even in the actual daemon itself, like even on the actual watchdog itself. Oh my god, dude. There's no way that there's a huge gap through that. Hold on a second. The watchdog should be currently writing through Is it? It's supposed to be. That's the whole point of it. ignore the workday log stuff. We're just talking about this real quick. This is important. I'm talking about writing to the actual database. Okay, so number 6 is essentially the start Watchdog ready. Like, it's good to go, like it's working. Okay, that one makes sense. I'm talking about for the files. So there's 2. So basically number 6 and number 8. They need to be rewired. But the actual Watchdog itself, like for the files themselves, it is like as I update the files, it is writing through that. I guess Discover Track Drives doesn't do that. Oh fuck, most of them don't. But when it's reading files, it's not writing through the safe write. That was a big fucking deal, dude. Oh my god. Oh. I thought it did. Right, so live file events, it is doing that. But for the actual scan itself, the scan, it shouldn't be doing it through Watchdog utilities. The scan itself is a whole other thing. It's scan drive. Is that an old version of that I had built in the past? I don't remember building that though. Unless that was before I... drive scan is what scans the actual drive. Alright, so at least the fucking live edits is actually live. What a fucking can of worms to open at the very end. So I only had moved one of the functions. So that other one from Watchdog Utils is outdated. It's the old version. Oh my days. Okay. Write up a full, give me in the context window here, in this chat, give me the full context of everything that we just went over. That's what I wanted in the first place. There was a thing that I chatted. Every single edit to the database needs to go through SafeWrite. We just opened a whole can of worms. Run this through a Fable model. Is this possible? And then, once I do that, would my proposed solution that started this whole new can of worms work? God damn it, dude. I wanted to go to sleep soon. It's 8 o'clock. I gotta sleep. God damn it. I'm gonna go to sleep after this one. Oh my god. 7 hours, not bad. I fucking love this.
Derek Zoolander, Center for Kids Who Can't Read Good.
What is this?
A center for ants.
The Center for Ants!
How can we be expected to teach children to learn how to read if they can't even fit inside the building?
Derek, it's just a...
I don't want to hear your excuses! The center has to be at least 3 times.
3 times!
He's absolutely right.
Technically.
Without much further ado, I give you the Derek Zoolander Center for Kids Who Can't Read Good.
Remember when he said quiet piggy to that woman?
Oh my god, I love her. She's such a good comedian. It's Maddie Kelly. I can't wait to hear that one. Hold on a second, I gotta read this. Okay, fair. It's not a secondary Q idea though. Oh my god, dude. No. Not the secondary cue. I'm talking about having a pause button for the watchdog during a scan, not a secondary cue. This part of the prompt here.
A female reporter asked him a question. He said, "Quiet, piggy." I wouldn't say that to a pig. I wouldn't say that to a pig that was being really fucking loud. And I needed it to be quiet. Also, he said that because she asked if he was in the Epstein files. Brother, you are the Epstein files. This is like the most well-documented friend group of all time. All these guys do is hang out and take pictures together. They're like sorority girls. There's more pictures of Bill Clinton, Donald Trump, and Jeffrey Epstein than there is of me, my mom, and my dad. Someone had to bring that camera, take the photo, develop the photo, and then keep it somewhere safe. People are always like, men don't make strong enough friendships. They do. Those guys did everything together. They went on Egypt. They wrote each other birthday
I fucking love her.
Let me teach y'all an authentic tiramisu recipe passed down by my mama who actually grew up in Italy. It's so easy and the best you'll ever have. Now the first thing she always used to do was separate the yolks from the egg whites. Now I'm from the USA, so I have to pasteurize my egg yolks over a double boil and add your egg yolks and the rest of that sugar. And for all the people cooking along, it should be a little bit like this. And for the next step, I always remember her folding in the mascarpone into the yolks. She never had any. Let me teach y'all an authentic. Hello everyone, Marco here, aka Thanks for the interactive and immersive.
Look, Nicholas! Oh my god! You're daddy now?
Not yet. Next month.
Congratulations!
Excited.
Oh my
Do you have
god!
any advice for me?
Oh, most important. Know how to say sorry.
To who, kid or my wife?
Wife. Real man. Know how to say sorry.
That's good. Okay.
Yeah, because so find out his purpose. Remember, man, first of all, that will help enjoy kids, curiosity, and confidence.
Okay.
And be patient with them. You completely change. And before, you like hang out with friends, you know, after work. Now, you don't want to go anywhere. You just finish work, go back, go home. I'm so happy. You actually love your father. Nicholas, this is a huge step, you know that? I'm so proud of you.
Excellent.
Keep the friend.
That's what I
I
need to
miss
hear.
you.
Hear right now.
I miss you so much. I'm so proud of you. Nicholas, keep the friend.
That's what I need to hear right now.
I miss you so much. Look, Nicholas! Oh my god! You're daddy now?
Not yet. Next month.
You can become anything that is available on this earth. And it's like the path.
This would not be to close 391. This would be for the fork. For D. And then also for the, I guess, the other ones too. I'm digging myself into a hole here. All right, so what about making that suggestion a whole other ticket? And then let's go back to the fork. And then also we need to make another ticket to... Wait, okay, no. The file system watchdog side of things is going through SafeWrite. I verified it. Why was it not popping up like that? Why were you saying that it didn't? When it does. That's the one I was referring to. Granted, the other ones are not. So we have like a couple of different topics here. Routing all of the things that can be routed through that are not like startup based or anything like that through SafeWrite. Then the pause button for the watchdog to avoid the race that we were talking about for either C or D, like fork C or D of the current ticket that we're addressing. And then D, fork D as a whole. We need like we split this off into a couple of different things. God, dude, I need to go to sleep. My brain's not braining. Quality of work has gone high. one I finished today. God damn it, dude. All right, let's see. Let's put a pin on this. Let's continue it tomorrow. I gotta go to sleep, dude. Don't forget to mention the other stuff. You missed stuff. There's 2 other tickets that we were discussing creating. Oh my god, I'm just... Alright, bedtime! I'm going to bed. Thanks for joining me. If you joined me, I gotta go to bed. Somebody chatted with me. Let's see. Oh, stream booth. Alright. This shit right here. Alright. I gotta go to sleep, dude. I am tired. I am lit tired. I am very lit tired. I hope you have a lovely night. Thank you for joining me. Good night. I should probably raise this up a little bit.